In the mid-1860s, one of China's most famous martial artists, named Dong Haichuan, began to pass on a new style of martial arts. Dong Haichuan at that time was retained by the imperial court in the Qing dynasty. This new style of martial arts was called багуачжан, which literally means 8 trigrams palm or martial art. Though a new style, its foundations lay at the very heart of traditional Chinese culture, which is the I Ching, known in English as the Book of Changes, and its philosophy of Wuji, Taiji, Yin, Yang, and the 8 trigrams. Being based on a philosophy that encompasses the creation of the universe and the movement of heaven and earth, багуачжан is much more than a martial art. Dong Haichuan passed on a way of approaching all things through the bagua. Aside from the methods of fighting, one of the most developed areas in bagua school is healing. Be it for curing illness or maintaining a long and healthy life, Dong Haichuan's system was all-encompassing and astounding in the amount and variety of exercises it contained. Dong Haichuan's first and most thoroughly taught student was a man named Yinfu. Yinfu lived with Dong Haichuan for many years and learned both Bagua's martial and healing skills. He became quite famous in the imperial court, and the flavor of Bagua that he eventually passed on took his name and became known as Yin-style Bagua. Yinfu was a very conservative man, and while many claimed him as a teacher due to his fame, only a few learned Bagua's fighting skills deeply, and only one man, Baghuachжан, learned the entire system. As Yinfu had done with Dong Haichuan, Baghuachжан spent many years with Yinfu and later cared for him in his old age. He followed Yinfu's example and had many students, but only one chosen successor to the entire system, Xie Peiqi. As within the system's tradition, Xie Peiqi spent many years with his teacher and later cared for him in his old age. He also followed tradition and had many students, but only worked towards passing the complete system to one. Tragically, that student died in 1985. Born in 1920, Dr. Xie is now the only person left who knows the complete system of Yin-style Bagua. He is very concerned that future generations will not know the depth and power this system has. Realizing that he does not have enough time left to train any single student in the entire art, Dr. Xie has broken tradition and begun openly teaching the complete martial and healing systems. It is his hope that the system will survive in the combined hands of several of his senior students. He has also begun the incredible task of documenting Yin-style Bagua's entire martial, medical, and internal cultivation arts in book and video format so that it will survive into the future and allow many to learn its skills. In the martial aspect of Yin-style Bagua, Dr. Xie is working hard to train his student He Jinbao in the entire system. He Jinbao, who began studying with Dr. Xie in 1971, is an incredibly talented martial artist and one of the doctor's most formidable disciples. Understanding the importance of this work, he has dedicated himself full-time to helping Dr. Xie document Yin-style Bagua's martial arts in book and video, and working with the doctor to train a new generation of practitioners in the full art. It is their hope that this video series will help their goal of preserving Yin-style Bagua and seeing it flourish in both the East and West. Welcome to the 10-volume video series of the Jun Trigram Dragon System of Yin-style Bagua. The 10 volumes of the Dragon System are divided into 2 volumes containing the foundation practices that develop dragon power and fighting skills, and 8 volumes containing the forms and applications of each of the dragon attacking methods. In the first section, Dr. Xie Peiqi gives an overview of the system and its fighting methods. In the second part, Dr. Xie's student, He Jinbao, presents the material specific to that volume in a clear and detailed manner. Basic practices are the foundation of any martial practice. In Yin-style Bagua, they allow a practitioner to develop the correct power and skills and prepares the practitioner for learning its fighting methods quickly and effectively. To learn Yin-style Bagua without constantly focusing on the foundation practices will leave a practitioner with only hollow movements, devoid of any real internal or external power. The foundation practices of Yin-style Bagua make up the first 2 volumes of this 10-volume series. Volume 1 features the strengthening postures that develop the yin-style bagua martial body, as well as the circle turning and direction change methods which define yin-style bagua's style of movement. Strengthening postures are isometric standing exercises designed to develop the internal and external strength needed for correct martial practice. In yin-style bagua, each animal has its representative posture, as well as a posture for each of its 8 attacking methods. Through diligent practice of the strengthening postures, a practitioner will develop strong tendons, muscles, qi, and a powerful structure through correct joint and body alignment. Turning the circle combines movement with the isometrics of the representative strengthening posture to further develop internal and external power in yin-style bagua. Circle turning is at the same time the most basic and the highest practice within bagua. Turning the circle trains a practitioner to move in relation to an opponent, as well as harmonizes the practitioner's qi with heaven and earth, meaning they will remain mentally clear and physically balanced during combat. The animal's 3 basic methods for changing directions when turning the circle are also demonstrated. Volume 2 features the basic training strikes of the animal system and the 4 most classic strike training methods of yin-style bagua. 3 representative strikes from each of the 8 animal attacking methods have been chosen to help practitioners develop correctly. Through drilling these 24 basic strikes, the practitioner will become familiar with the personality of each attacking method, allowing quick assimilation of the strike variations that will be encountered within the forms. While every strike and every form should be drilled individually, these basic strikes are the foundation for practicing them with the correct force and execution. Each of the 24 basic strikes is presented in the 4 traditional strike training methods of yin-style bagua, which are the stationary drilling method, the single-step drilling method, the 2-step drilling method, the 3-step drilling method. The stationary drilling method develops the timing of the hands and waist so that one learns to emit power correctly. The single-step drilling method develops the timing of the hands, waist, and feet so that one learns to emit power while moving correctly. The 2-step drilling method develops smoothness between advancing and retreating attacks so that one learns to emit power while suddenly changing directions on an opponent. The 3-step drilling method is the most difficult of yin-style bagua's training methods. It combines all 3 of the previous drilling methods with the added difficulty of having to maintain balance along a narrow line while emitting power. In the past, yin-style bagua students were instructed to never practice this method in public. The Dragon System Video Series, Volumes 3 through 10. Volumes 3 through 10 feature the 8 attacking methods of the Dragon System, which are Volume 3, the Pushing Strike Attacking Method, Volume 4, the Lifting Strike Attacking Method, Volume 5, the Carrying Strike Attacking Method, Volume 6, the Leading Strike Attacking Method, Volume 7, the Moving Strike Attacking Method, Volume 8, the Capturing Strike Attacking Method, Volume 9, the Chopping Strike Attacking Method, Volume 10, the Entering Strike Attacking Method. The attacking methods on each volume contain its 7 training forms and the application of each move within those forms. The forms are presented in the following manner: an explanation of the moves within the form, the form practiced at the learning speed, each move practiced to develop power, the form practiced with power in each strike, the form practiced with the power contained. Finally, each move within the forms is taken apart and its application is demonstrated. The first section is understanding the moves. Here, He Jinbao slowly talks his way through the form, describing each movement in detail. This section should be studied closely to understand the placement of the hands and feet within the form. The second section presented is the learning speed. Here, He Jinbao practices the moves of the form in a slow, relaxed manner, enabling one to gain a feel for the strikes it contains. One should practice the learning speed in the same relaxed manner until familiar with the form and the hands and feet move in unison. The third section is developing power in each move. Here, He Jinbao briefly demonstrates drilling each strike in the form to develop power. It is imperative to drill the strikes over and over again in each of the training methods presented on Volume 2 of the Foundation Practices. Drilling individual moves to develop power is a hallmark of yin-style bagua. The fourth section is practicing with power. Once power is developed through drilling, the form must be practiced with clean, powerful movements, carefully visualizing the opponent and its application. This practicing technique is the foundation to combining form and power. The fifth section is containing the power. Once power has been developed in each move, and there is a deep understanding of the form and the placement of the hands and feet, one needs to begin practicing the form at the highest level. When containing the power within the form, the power within the body flows from one move to the next with little or no release. The speed of the form is also increased, and attention is paid to the smooth transition from one strike to the next. Truly achieving containing the power within each form requires long practice of the previous sections. The sixth section is application of the moves. Here, He Jinbao demonstrates the application of each strike against an opponent, move by move. While many variations exist for each move, He Jinbao demonstrates its most basic application. This should be studied closely to understand the placement of the hands and feet in relation to an actual opponent. It is also the key to understanding the possible variations for each move and provides a glimpse into the power and use of yin-style bagua. Today, I am happy to present this new video series of martial videos, which is the Jun Trigram Dragon Martial System. This system of Gong Fu stands alone as a special part of yin-style bagua. It is very different than the dragon of other martial systems. I will begin by discussing why this system belongs to the Jun Trigram. This trigram stands in the east, where things begin to grow, and where the sun rises. In the Jun Trigram Dragon system, the Qian and Kun trigrams, or pure yin and yang, arise and grow. The Qian and Kun trigrams combine and give birth to sons, that is, male children, the oldest male being the Jun Trigram. The position of the Jun Trigram is that of the rising sun, also referred to as the beginning of yang. The beginning of yang also refers to the beginning of spring. Spring is the season in which the 10,000 things arise and grow. So we call this the lifting and holding palm. The dragon, as most people know, is an ancient Chinese spiritual animal. The dragon rises from reptiles and insects. All reptiles and insects are below the dragon. Secondly, the dragon has the art of flying and rising. It has the skill of flying body, having infinite changes. It has the golden dragon enfolding around. It has black dragon shoots and leads. It has the golden dragon closes its mouth. It has the green dragon rises to heaven. It has the skill of winding. It has the ability of limitless change. This is the dragon. The dragon's palm is representative of the Jun Trigram. The thumb is held stiff, the index finger leads, the middle finger is straight, the ring and little finger are held together. The Lao Gong is hollow. This posture is symbolic of the Jun Trigram. This is the beginning posture of the Jun Trigram. The fingers are held strictly and correctly. The elbow doesn't leave the solar plexus. The hand doesn't leave the elbow. The forearm twists, rolling to the inside and harmonizing to the outside, thus having the ability to press and go around. The shoulder is relaxed, the elbow dropped, and the wrist is held strong. This is the dragon's palm beginning strengthening posture. The left and right are done in the same manner. Its attacking methods are pushing, lifting, carrying, leading, moving, capturing, chopping, and entering. Other techniques of the dragon do not leave these 8 attacking methods. Each of these 8 attacking methods has 7 changes. 8 attacking methods, 7 changes, 8 times 7 making 56. If you include the upper, middle, and lower palms, the number becomes 168 changes. The number 168 is consistent with the math of the Bagua and the Book of Changes. I will now talk about stepping. This is Bai Bu, or swinging stepping. This step is also part of the Jun Trager and Dragon system. The right side. The thumb held stiff, the index finger leads, the middle finger straight, the last two fingers held together, the Lao Gong hollow, and the shoulder relaxed, the elbow dropped, the wrist held strong. As to stepping, same as there are 3 levels in the palms, there are 3 stepping methods. The high stepping is lifting, kicking, swinging, stepping. Middle stepping is circling, swinging, stepping. The lower stepping is lifting, stamping, swinging, stepping. These are the 3 swinging steps. Contained in this stepping is the beginning of the changes to the 72 leg techniques. The beginning of leg techniques are in the Dragon system. Why do they start with the Dragon? As everyone knows, the Dragon rises, falls, and coils. In this way, the opponent will not know your intention. All the kicking techniques have the swinging step practice method. Why swing step like this? The front swing steps, then the back foot can attack in many ways. If the front foot hook steps, the back foot cannot easily attack. Winding, stamping, springing, hooking, chopping, swaying, breaking, stomping. Every leg technique has 9 methods. 9 times 8 makes 72 kicking methods. Presented in this video series is the lifting and holding palm martial system. The lifting and holding palm has 8 attacking methods, namely pushing, lifting, carrying, leading, moving, capturing, chopping, and entering. 8 large techniques, 8 palms, or 8 attacking methods. The first of which is pushing. There are several pushing techniques. I will only give a few examples. The first is the inside pushing strike. The opponent enters with a strike, then enter. The lifting strike, the rising lifting strike, reverse lifting strike, rising lifting strike, capturing lifting strike. The carrying strike, the lower carrying strike. Here you are moving with the opponent's force. The leading strike. This strike uses one hand. The other hand can help. The moving strike. The single hand moving strike. The double hand moving strike. After the moving strike, you attack. The capturing strike. The outside capturing strike. This strike is used to capture the opponent. You can use one arm to capture both of the opponent's arms. Two-arm capturing strike. Outside capturing strike. Inside capturing strike. The chopping strike. Reverse chopping strike. Upright chopping strike. Entering is striking, entering right in. These are the 8 strikes. They are then separated into 3 levels. The upper palm is like this. The lower palm is like this. I hope everyone will carefully study these videos. Here I will introduce some basic techniques of the Yin-style Bagua Dragon system. The system includes increasing vitality, preserving health, fighting, strengthening the body, self-defense, and also seizing and grasping. All the palms in the system include these benefits. For example, if the opponent uses 2 hands to grasp me, you see, my arm goes out and I break the attack. My arms rotate and I can grasp the opponent. The opponent is now at a disadvantage. This is the first posture of the dragon system. It is used to break an attack. It contains seizing and grasping within it. Again, the opponent attacks. I push down, using pushing. I am just taking a few examples. This is the moving strike. Here I can also grasp. Every single palm contains within it breaking an attack and seizing and grasping. First the attack is broken, then attack using seizing and grasping. I hope you will carefully study these videos. Thank you.
The Gen Trigram Dragon System Lifting and Holding Palms Representative Strengthening Posture. Standards and Requirements. The feet are together. The body stands naturally upright. The arms fall naturally to either side of the legs. Gather in the spirit. Get rid of extraneous thoughts. The left leg then steps out. The legs stand about 3 lengths of your own foot. The legs cannot be too far apart nor too close. While standing, pay attention to the feet. They should not be pointed out nor pointed in, but even. The arms slowly begin to raise. As the arms raise, the breath should be coordinated. The breath should be thin, long, slow, and even. When the arms are even with the shoulders, the arms rotate and the body sinks down. The arms slowly come together, crossing in front of the chest. Pay attention that the right arm is on the outside and the left arm is on the inside. The body turns to the left. The left arm rotates to the outside. The right arm pushes and rotates to the inside, becoming the Gen Trigram Dragon Lifting and Holding Palm Representative Strengthening Posture. The standards and requirements for the legs. The top of the left leg has a pressing down force. The lower left leg has a lifting force. The upper right leg has a lifting up force. The lower right leg has a pressing down force. Pay attention to concave the chest. The back is slightly rounded. The shoulders are relaxed. The elbows are dropped. The chi is heavily dropped in the dantian. The pelvis is slightly rolled under. As to the degree in which the body rotates, pay attention that the right knee doesn't go past the end of the right foot. The waist should be slightly taut and popping out with force. The upper left arm is slightly rolled to the outside. The lower arm slightly rotates in. Pay attention that the wrist is slightly pulled back. The lagong point expands to the outside. The requirements for the fingers. The thumb expands to the outside. The index finger leads. The middle finger is upright, and the ring and little finger are held together. The palm rotates upward. The upper and lower is rounded like a bow. The shoulder is relaxed and the elbow is dropped. Both eyes look at the space between the thumb and index finger. The arm rotates to the outside of the heel of the left foot. The upper right arm crosses to the inside. The lower right arm rolls to the inside. The right elbow should be about a fist's width away from the solar plexus. The left palm is held in the same manner as the right palm. The right palm is held underneath the inside of the left elbow. The right arm has a pushing, rotating force to it. The head is propped upright. The chin is slightly pulled in. The head is even. After standing for a time, the body rotates to the inside. The arms cross in front of the chest, then close. The arms slowly press down. The body slowly rises. The standards and requirements for the left and right sides are done in the same manner, so I will not introduce the right side. In the Gen trigram dragon system representative posture, the back arm should represent pushing, slightly lifting, pulling back, and capturing down, representing the pushing, lifting, carrying, and leading strikes. The front arm should not lift up too much like this. The wrist pulls back like the moving strike. After moving, capturing down. With the arm like this, the back represents the moving strike. The front represents the chopping strike. After striking, pressing down and pushing, this is capturing and entering striking. The front arm represents moving, capturing, chopping, and entering. The back arm is pushing, lifting, carrying, and leading. Pushing slightly forward, containing this meaning in the posture. The center of the palm should not be hollow, but should slightly pop out. This is different than the bear posture, where the center of the palm is hollow and pulled in, the lagong point gathering qi. This is different. The lagong point emits qi. The lagong should expand with force, with the feeling of putting out. The palm should pull back at a good angle, developing the moving strike. The muscles here should feel swelled, achy, and painful. Of course, not too much nor too little. The back arm wants to cover in. The meaning here is when meeting an opponent, one is well protected. The arm should be right below the elbow and in front of the ribs. The arms aren't too high, but at the appropriate position. The palm is about face height. The eyes look evenly at the space between the thumb and index finger. The front arm contains moving, leading, chopping, and entering. It should have weight in it. The back arm is for protection, not letting the opponent enter. It can push the arm. It can carry the arm back. It can also lead. These are the main points. The Gen trigram dragon system, lifting and holding palm, pushing strike, strengthening posture. To begin, the arms rise, then come together in front of the body. The standards and requirements for the body and legs is the same as the Gen trigram dragon representative posture. The arm requirements are different. The body rotates to the left. The requirements for the left and right arm. The upper arm rotates to the outside. The lower arm rolls to the inside. The space between the thumb and index finger face up. The heel of the palms press with force. The chest is slightly concaved. The force of the arms push forward. The eyes look in front of the palms. The palms are placed on the outside of the heel and toes of the left foot. The arms are not too high nor too low. The arms are held strong. The shoulders relaxed and the elbows dropped. After holding for a time, the body rotates back to the center, closing the exercise. The pushing strike strengthening posture mainly develops the double pushing strike. The two wrists pull back. Push forward. The force goes forward and the back is round. The pushing strike force should be long and continuous going forward. The arm should be about as wide as the inside of the shoulders. The heels of the palms and the hypothenar eminence are used to strike the opponent. The space between the thumb and index finger face up, and the palms expand with force. In meeting the opponent, this is one option. The first arm opens the opponent's forearm. The second arm pushes the middle arm so the opponent cannot react. Then push, adding a second long force. The strengthening posture in the actual application is a bit different. The posture's force is both arms push forward. In application, the force can change between arms, or push at the same time. There are many methods. In the posture, it is important to have a second force pushing forward. The laogong is pulled back with force and should have a feeling of warmth. This posture should develop the muscles in this area of the arm more. The lifting strike strengthening posture. The standards and requirements for the body, legs, and head are the same as the Gen trigram representative posture. The standards for the arms are not the same. After the arms raise, they come together. The body rotates. The lifting strike strengthening posture. The lower arm is held slightly vertical. The palm presses evenly straight up as if holding an object. The shoulders relaxed and the elbow is dropped. The upper right arm slightly covers to the inside and slightly rolls to the outside. The lower arm evenly lifts up. The left palm is held below and to the inside of the left elbow. The left palm is held above the heel of the left foot. The eyes look evenly at the space between the left thumb and index finger. After standing for a time, the body rotates back to the center, closing the exercise. In the lifting strike strengthening posture, the front arm does an upward lifting strike. The bottom arm does a rising lifting strike. This could also be called a capturing lifting strike. The force in this arm goes upwards, as if lifting something. The bottom arm rotates back, and the front arm also rotates out. This is the basic position. The arm takes on the shape of a square. The Gen trigram dragon system, when compared to the other animals, can be seen to have a relatively greater amount of sharp angles. Pay attention to the lifting force in this posture. This posture and the lifting force has its own variety of changes. In application, lift strike here. This arm pushes and this arm enters and lifts. This is one kind of double lifting strike. Lifting has the same goal as the pushing strike, and that is to not let the opponent attack. Pay attention to lifting the elbow. Never lift the hand nor the top of the arm near the shoulder, as it is too heavy. Lifting in these places will not be effective. Here is another application. Changing from the dragon representative posture into the lifting posture. Here is where I start. I lift and shirk the opponent, rolling and turning the arm, having the meaning of rotating and entering. The opponent should have the feeling they are rising. This is the basic meaning of lifting. The Gen trigram dragon system, lifting and holding palm, carrying strike strengthening posture. Stand well with the feet together. The arms hang naturally to the sides of the legs. The spirit concentrates on the center. Get rid of random thoughts. The left foot opens. The arms slowly rise until they are horizontal. The arms cross in front of the chest. This posture is held straight on. The forefingers are held together and curve in. The thumb is held on the middle and ring finger. The arms go horizontally out, then slightly rotate in. The requirements for the legs. The lower legs have a slightly downward force. The upper legs have a slightly upward force. Remember to slightly roll in the pelvis. The chest is concave. The back is rounded. The requirements for the arms. The upper arms slightly roll to the outside. The lower arms slightly roll to the inside. At the same time, the hands slightly press and cover down. The eyes look evenly in front of the hands. After standing for a time, the arms come together. The left foot comes in, closing the exercise. The carrying strike strengthening posture. The two hands empty grasp and expand out with force. The difference is that the arms pull away from each other and the wrists slightly bend down, having the feeling of breaking something. The dragon carrying strike, here using both arms, does not have a square force, but contains a downward and a bit of a rotating force. In this way, the opponent is uncomfortable. The direction one carries is important. In carry striking down, first go up. After carrying down, then go up. As the opponent resists upwards, you go horizontal. In this way, the opponent's joints and tendons will be yanked and twisted under the changing directions, thus easily becoming injured. So it is important to pay attention to twisting and turning. The back arm must twist and carry forward. When getting the feeling of resistance from the opponent, the front arm slightly twists and carries down. Carrying down, then continuing forward. So in many instances, it is important to add or continue force. In the Gen trigram dragon system, the force is long and continuous, no matter what the technique. If you don't have it, add and continue the force. In this way, you'll be more effective. So pay attention to the breaking feeling, the twisting and carrying, rotating and turning. The Gen trigram dragon system leading strike strengthening posture, standards and requirements. The legs, body, and head standards and requirements are the same as the Gen trigram representative posture. Only the arms are different. The requirements for the left arm: the palm expands, the arm slightly presses down. The lower arm rolls to the inside and slightly expands and pulls to the outside. The upper arm rolls to the outside. The shoulders relax and the elbow is dropped. The right hand makes a fist and is placed below the left palm. The lower arm rolls to the inside and the upper arm rolls to the outside. The whole arm having an expanding force. The eyes look evenly at the space between the left palm's thumb and index finger. The right fist is placed over the heel of the left foot. The arms must not be too high nor too low, but about even with the left ribs. After a bit, rotate back to the center. The left foot comes in and the arms press down, ending the exercise. The leading strike strengthening posture. The right arm makes a fist. The left arm makes a palm and pulls back. The force of the arms move in opposite directions. In standing, the palm does not hold onto the arm. The main point is that one arm carry strikes while the other arm adds force. No matter if it is a pushing, lifting, pressing, or pulling force, the palm is used to add strength and force to the arm that is lead striking. It is also possible to incorporate the other forces into the strike to be more effective, depending on the situation. When practicing, the palm pulls back, while the lower arm lead strikes to the outside. The top arm slightly captures back. The Gen trigram dragon system leading strike is a good way to learn of the Gen trigram. Gen refers to thunder and contains the shocking force. The force is short. The force should injure the opponent's joints and limbs. Here, meeting the opponent, applying the leading strike. Pushing force, pulling force, pressing force, all are possible. In the same way, one can change, pressing down, then changing into a pulling leading strike. Make sure to use a shocking force in all the applications for best results. The Gen trigram dragon system moving strike strengthening posture. Standards and requirements. The legs, waist, and head have the same requirements as the representative posture. The arms are different. The arm requirements. The lower left arm rolls to the inside. The upper arm rolls to the outside. The wrist is dropped back, containing a pulling force. The fingers of the hand face up. The lower right arm rolls to the outside. The upper arm rolls to the inside. The wrist captures back with force and has a pulling back force. Fingers face down. The heels of the palms are held together, rubbing as they interchange. The heel of the right palm is held over the heel of the left foot. The eyes look evenly at the space between the left thumb and index finger. The body then turns back to the center. The arms cross and the left leg comes in, returning to the beginning. The moving strike strengthening posture is a double moving strike. It is also the upper and lower moving strike. It is also called the dragon closes its mouth. The force comes back. The heel of the palms are together. Their rotation and exchange is the moving strike. Having both hands together adds force to the strike. Their movement creates the strike. If the opponent attacks, I simply go into the standing position. If the other hand attacks, I rotate the arms. The arms can move back and forth or rotate all the way around. But according to the strengthening posture, the strike rotates back and forth. Again, rotating back and forth with the opponent's attacks. Pay attention to the mutual rotation and concentration of force between the arms. The Gen Trigram Dragon System, Capturing Strike, Strengthening Posture, Standards and Requirements. The legs, waist, and head have the same requirements as the Gen Trigram Dragon System representative posture. The arm requirements are different. The waist turns to the left. Both arms slightly rotate down into a capturing posture. Then both arms slowly separate to the outside. Both upper arms pull and separate. Make sure the shoulders are relaxed and the elbows are dropped. The lower arms slightly rotate. The wrists slightly collapse and capture down. The fingers slightly capture and press to the outside. Pay attention that the left palm is slightly in front and the right hand is slightly behind. Position of the left palm is over the left heel. The eyes look evenly at the space between the left thumb and index finger. After standing for a time, the arms rotate back to the center. The body rotates. The left foot comes in. Both arms press down, and the body stands up, returning to the beginning. In the capturing strike strengthening posture, both arms capture outwards. This arm captures out, and then the other arm captures out as well. It slightly has the meaning of separating. This strike is mostly used to the side of the body. The arm has a circular angle that is used to capture the opponent. This is so the opponent cannot enter. If the elbow is up, he can enter easily, capturing like this. In this way, the forearm and the hand can be separated into two parts to use against the opponent. One part protects and the other part strikes, capturing here, then capturing to the outside. These are two kinds of capturing strikes. The posture is mainly the outside and separating capturing strike. This technique dominates the center. The Gen Trigram Dragon System, Chopping Strike Strengthening Posture, Standards and Requirements. The opening movements, as well as the legs, waist, and head, have the same requirements as the Gen Trigram Dragon System representative posture. The arm requirements are different. The chopping strike. The body rotates to the left and both arms move down. The right arm pulls back and the left arm pushes forward. The wrists drop down. The left upper arm slightly rotates to the outside. The lower arm slightly rotates to the inside. The wrists drop. The heel of the palm presses and strikes. There's a slight pushing forward force. The right upper arm rolls in. The elbow is about a fist length in front of the solar plexus. The lower arm rotates. The wrist is dropped. The thenar and hypothenar eminence press down and pull slightly back. The eyes look at the left index finger. After standing for a time, the arms rotate back in front of the chest. The left foot comes in. Both arms press down. The body stands upright, returning to the beginning. In the chopping strike strengthening posture, the wrists drop and pull back. The front arm contains the striking forward force. The back arm contains the striking back force. The back hand is held under the front elbow. The back elbow is held in front of the solar plexus. Pay attention that the arms contain a rotation. The front hand is held vertically. Pay attention to pressing down and forward. This arm pressed back. In application, the arms go up. This back arm can protect or block, helping the strike be more effective. The back arm is used to enter and strike the opponent. The front arm accomplishes the goal, but don't forget the use of the back hand. The arms can interchange to strike. The chopping strike should have an exploding force, similar to the shocking force. It should strike and disperse. Pay attention to this when striking. The front arm changes to the back arm by pressing down and pulling back while exchanging hands, having the feeling of pushing and pulling, and the feeling of turning in a vertical circle. The Gen Trigram Dragon System Entering Strike Strengthening Posture Standards and Requirements. The legs, waist, and head have the same requirements as the Gen Trigram Dragon System representative posture. The arm requirements are different. The body rotates to the left. The upper left arm rotates to the outside and pulls open. The lower arm rotates in. The wrist slightly props up with force. The right upper arm rotates to the outside. The shoulder is relaxed and the elbow dropped. The lower arm rotates in. The thenar eminence of the palm pushes and enters in. The elbow of the right arm is over the left knee. The heel of the right palm is over the left heel. The right thumb is about even with the eyebrows. The eyes look at the space between the right thumb and index finger. The arms rotate back in front of the chest. The left foot comes in. Both arms press down. The body stands upright, returning to the beginning. The entering strike strengthening posture mainly develops the blocking entering strike. The top arm has a rising arc force backwards. The front arm contains striking force. The strike uses the side of the hypothenar eminence to strike, so the force is concentrated there. Pay attention to relaxing the shoulder and dropping the elbow. Do not turn over the palm. It should be held strong so the side of your palm can strike. Make sure the top hand moves and rolls back. Do not open to the outside. If you open to the outside, it is not easy for your force to be in harmony. This way, your force is harmonized. In this way, you can also use the waist to strike and the waist to remove. Pay attention to using your waist to emit force, and the strike will be more effective. If an arm comes, striking. If the other arm comes, simply change hands. This is using the entering posture. Do not open to the outside. Use the waist to execute. Have the feeling of one movement. The Gen trigram dragon system turning the circle methods. To begin, face the south. The feet stand together. The arms hang naturally. The circle is behind the body. After standing quietly for a moment, the left foot steps first. The left foot open steps, the right foot hook steps, slowly turning. Pay attention to step naturally. The stepping should not be too large nor too small. However you normally walk is correct. The arms then slowly rise. When the arms are even with the shoulders, they slightly rotate until the palms face upwards. The arms rotate around while turning the circle. The arms then rotate in until they cross in front of the chest. Pay attention in turning to the left, that the left arm is on the inside and the right arm is on the outside. The arms rotate, becoming the Gen trigram dragon system, lifting and holding palm. As to the size of the circle, the left wrist is at the center of the circle. The circle cannot be too big nor too small. After turning for a time, or when the body becomes fatigued or uncomfortable, you can then change directions. The first change. The right foot hooks in half steps, push strike. The right foot then advances, push strike. The body rotates and the left foot advances. This is called the pushing strike direction change. The left and right sides are done in the same manner. The arms then rotate in and press down, closing the exercise. The first direction change method is the pushing strike direction change. Changing and striking like this. This is another attacking method. This is a relatively simple strike in the dragon system. If the opponent attacks, after putting out the first strike, change into the second strike, striking and turning behind the opponent. The strike comes from below the arm. In applying this on an opponent, it is like this. One arm is short and one is long. This is a slightly higher application. Do not be long then short. It is not effective. This first arm protects your position. Then shirk the opponent's force to enter, just like the direction change. This is the basic use of the first direction change. The second direction change is the moving strike direction change. Half hook step, then a pushing strike. Cover to the inside. The right foot advances as the right arm scoops up from underneath the other arm. The body rotates and then the right foot advances. Continue to turn. The right and left are done in the same manner. Half step, strike, go. The second direction change is the moving strike direction change. In meeting the opponent's force, move strike, the body turns and strikes. It doesn't matter which arm is used. There is a rolling motion in the direction change. Pay attention to the body method. The arm returns like this, then the other arm comes from underneath, and the body turns to the outside. This is the basic use of this direction change. In changing direction, there is a definite method, but in applying it, one can dominate the center or dominate the back. Dominating the back here. The arms interchange. In use, these are the methods of changing direction. The requirements for turning are the same. The difference here is in the direction change. The Gen trigram dragon system has 3 basic direction changes. The third is the chopping strike direction change. Strike here. The arm covers. Then chop strike and continue turning. The right and left are done in the same manner. A half hook step. The body rotates. Push strike. Cover to the inside. The left foot steps. The left arm rotates and chop strikes. third direction change is the chopping strike direction change. This is a good representation of the viciousness of the dragon system. Chopping, striking. The arm rotates to the inside, then chop strikes. In the dragon direction change, there's a special point to pay attention to. When chopping, the elbow strikes, then follows through and chops. Chopping like this doesn't have as much power. Although it is still alright, it is not as effective. Here, one arm acts as two, striking here and here, both striking. The opponent's block is ineffective. As the opponent blocks, the body rotates and changes direction, striking again. Striking and chopping. The third direction change. Of course, in application, chopping directly, then changing direction. Pay attention to the change in stepping. The pushing strike, stationary practice method. The left foot steps out. The width of the stance should be about the length of 3 of your own feet wide, not too big nor too small. The feet are parallel. The inside pushing strike, left side. The left arm, from the left hip, moves to the inside and push strikes. Pay attention that the hand is not too high nor too low. The strike needs to be slightly even at about the height of the upper abdomen. The arm must not be too straight nor too bent, but at a good angle. In executing the strike to the left, the arm should push to in front of the right knee. The right hand is placed beside the right elbow. When pushing, pay attention that the force is long and contains a second following force. The left and right sides are done in the same manner. The space between the thumb and index finger faces frontward. The forefingers face slightly downwards. Here I will briefly talk about the Gen trigram dragon system, lifting and holding palm moving step drilling method, or the one-step drilling method. Beginning with the left side, first open the right foot, then directly advance the left foot, opening the left foot, then directly advance the right foot. Open the right foot, then directly advance the left foot, alternating from right to left. This stepping is different than the other animal systems, so everyone should pay special attention to this. The two-step drilling method, or what we often call the four-point drilling method. In the past, with the lion, phoenix, and bear systems, it was advanced step, back step, advanced step, back step. In the Gen trigram dragon system, in the two-step drilling method, there is a change. Open step, advanced step. The difference is advanced step. Advanced step, advanced step. Therefore, there's an addition to the content of the various practice methods. Everyone should pay special attention to this when practicing. Straight pushing strike. Open step. Drop in height. First, the left side. The wrist pulls back, using the thenar eminence to push strike ahead. The force must contain a second following force, and be long, not too short nor too long. The arm and the body move in opposite directions to emit force. The right arm from below the left arm push strikes. Pay attention that both arms strike the same point. The strike can't be too high nor too low, but even. The space between the thumb and index finger faces upward. The stationary drilling method for the rotating pushing strike. The left arm, from beside the right leg, turns over and evenly pushes to the left. The arm is turned over. The thumb faces diagonally downward. The space between the thumb and index finger faces frontward, and the forefingers face diagonally upwards. The arm rotates to the left. The right arm, from above the left arm, executes a rotating pushing strike to the outside. Pay attention that the strike moves from above the left knee to above the right knee. The right arm pushes from above the left knee to above the right knee. Pay attention that the non-striking hand is about a fist's width below the elbow. The striking arm cannot be too high nor too low, but about even with the lower chest and upper abdomen. The Gen trigram dragon system lifting and holding palms first strike is the pushing strike, of which there are 3 basic variations. The turned over rotating pushing strike, inside pushing strike, and straight pushing strike. If the opponent attacks, you may use the rotating pushing strike. If the opponent pulls back, inside pushing strike. Straight pushing strike to enter. Also, you may use both hands. Also, right away, straight push strike. The pushing strike should have a long second force to it, continuing forward. When emitting force, it must not be short. It should be long. Your posture should be low. In this way, your force can continue forward. The pushing strike has many variations in application. You can use 3 pushing strikes all at once, or you can use them separately. Or one hand can use 2 as the other uses 1, or vice versa. Interchanging from high to low, left to right, all are possible. For instance, pushing strikes, then use a pushing carrying strike. You can grab or not, both are fine. Here is another one. Both arms push strike. A reverse push strike changing into an upright pushing strike. Pay attention when push striking. Cover the opponent's elbow to protect yourself from a strike. When covering, you can use one hand or 2 hands. One hand, the other, or both are all possible. The capturing lifting strike. The lifting strike stationary drilling method. In this strike, pay attention that the space between the thumb and index finger faces upwards. The strength and force of the strike goes diagonally upwards to become a lifting strike. The strike mustn't be too long nor too short. The upper and lower arm should be at about a 120-degree angle. Both arms strike in front of the body. The right arm, from below the left arm, lift strikes to the front. The left hand is placed just below the right elbow. The rising lifting strike. Stationary basic practice method. The rising lifting strike. The palm rotates so it is evenly facing upward. The force slightly lifts upward. Pay attention that the force slightly pulls back. The strike goes to about the front of the chest. The arm must not be too close nor too far. The arm is slightly rounded. In changing, the right arm, from below the left arm, moves up, executing a rising lifting strike. Pay attention that the non-striking hand is held below the front arm's elbow and in front of the solar plexus. The arms rotate, moving in a slightly circular manner. The stationary drilling method, rotating lifting strike. As the name implies, the left arm moves to the right side in a lifting motion. Once in front of the chest, the arm rotates to the left side, executing a rotating lifting strike. The strike goes to the left and the right side of the body. The non-striking hand goes to the left ribs. The strike goes to the left and the right sides of the body. The lifting strike has three basic variations: the rising lifting strike, the capturing lifting strike, which may cut and grab, often capturing down then striking up. The lifting strike has an upward force. The rotating lifting strike. Moving from the rising lifting strike into the rotating lifting strike. If the opponent attacks, here you can lift strike. When lifting, if the opponent's strength is great, you can use a rotating lifting strike, then use a capturing lifting strike. As opposed to pushing, the force is rising upwards. Lifting here, entering, then lifting again. This is the rising lifting strike, or also called the separating lifting strike. In bagua, it is often the case that the technique is the same but the force is different. Thus, the application is different. Using up and down force. The rotating lifting strike. Here, one lift, then lift again. It depends on the situation. If the opponent attacks, you can lift strike here, then rotating lift strike. These are all different lifting strike methods. Here you can lift strike. This is the dragon system lifting and holding palm. Its shape is similar to the lion lifting and holding strike, but instead going towards the person, the force lifts upwards. As soon as you meet, lifting. The capturing lifting strike. Lifting right when meeting, then lifting again is another method. Acting according to the situation, your own strength, and the height of the opponent to choose different methods of lifting. The stationary drilling method, upper carrying strike, left side. The left and right hands, one upright, one turned over, grab, from low moving diagonally upwards. Make sure the hands are about shoulder width apart. Pay attention that the movement has a slight hooking motion at the end. Pay attention to use the dantian and the waist to emit force. The hips have a slight popping out force. The left and right sides are done in the same manner. The stationary drilling method, revolving carrying strike, left side. The two hands grab, one upright, one turned over. The hands are about shoulder width apart. The left side starting from outside the left leg. The arms are in front of the chest. The body rotates all the way to the right leg. Pay attention to using the waist. When rotating, use the hip to slightly pop outwards. The left and right are done in the same manner. The stationary drilling method, lower carrying strike, left side. The left arm moves to the right, then rotates upward, making a fist. The right hand then makes a fist. One fist grabs upright, the other fist grabs turned over. Both arms move down, executing a lower carrying strike. On the left side here, the right arm goes to above the left knee. The right arm then rotates over, both hands grab, executing a lower carrying strike. Pay attention to using the waist to emit force. Use the hip to the inside to help the force. The Gen trigram dragon system carrying strike contains the upper carrying strike, the revolving carrying strike, and the lower carrying strike. It is important to differentiate this carrying strike from the bear system carrying strike. In the bear strike, the front arm lead strikes and the back arm is horizontal. Therefore, horizontal and vertical force is mostly used. The force is short, thus emitting a blunt force. The dragon strike is different in its execution. The movements are round and they should be done very large. For instance, the upper carrying strike moves first from down, then up. The lower carrying strike moves first from up, then down. The movement's rotations and changes are relatively big. As the opponent enters, carrying to the outside, then doing an upper carrying strike, borrowing the opponent's force. This is the lower carrying strike. Pay attention to the requirements for rotating and turning the body. The movements are relatively long. The force is relatively long and the body's movements are big, like a dragon flying through the clouds. Here is a reverse lower carrying strike. Pay attention, here's the upper carrying strike. The body reverses and does a lower carrying strike, moving with the opponent's situation. This strike could be done in this direction or reversing to this direction. Your movements should be like a dragon, long, big, round, natural. Here, carry strike, then return back, returning carrying strike. This is often used. The force and strength of the carrying strike rotates and turns, making the opponent open and fall, thus maximizing your effort. For example, when throwing, the opponent is very stiff, then carry down. They resist, so carry strike up. This way, then this way. The opponent will have a difficult time. When doing a horizontal carrying strike, the force rotates with the body. Create a turning force, uprooting the opponent. These are the main points of this strike. The stationary drilling method, the upper leading strike. The upper leading strike is as the name implies. The left arm moves to the right, and then rotates, becoming a fist. The arms move upward, executing an upper leading strike. Pay attention. One arm can be used to emit force, or the second arm can be used to add force. The force is emitted from the dantian. Pay attention to the back leg slightly popping up to add force. Both arms alternate right and left sides. The left arm lead strikes to a position just about in front of the left knee. The right arm lead strikes to a position just about in front of the right knee. The upper arm is approximately eyebrow height. The stationary drilling method, horizontal leading strike, left side. The left arm moves to the right side of the body, turns over grasping into a fist, and then moves to the left, executing a horizontal leading strike. The right hand is placed on the left wrist to add force. Using one hand to emit force, or using both hands to add force. The left arm strikes to in front of the left knee. The forearm is even with the chest. striking to the right. The waist rotates to emit force. When striking to the left, the upper left leg lifts, the lower left leg drops. The upper right leg drops, and the lower right leg lifts. To help emit the leading strike force. The stationary drilling method, lower leading strike, left side. The left arm moves to the right side, rotating upwards to the right shoulder. The left arm grasps, making a fist. The strike then moves down to the left side. One hand can be used, or the other hand can add force. The strike goes to the outside of the left leg. Pay attention that the body drops down when executing the strike. The left and right sides are the same. The right arm rotates in front of the left shoulder, grasps, making a fist, then strikes downward. The leading strike. The leading strike basically uses one hand to grasp the opponent. The second hand is used to add pushing, squeezing, pulling, and turning force. You could use this to add the force of your own body or that of the opponent. The leading strikes are the lower leading strike, the upper leading strike. In this strike, the second hand pushes upward. In the lower strike, the hand presses down. The horizontal strike can push to the outside or pull to the inside. Both are possible. When using this strike, it is important to pay attention to what is contained inside. When leading up, first move, give force down. When leading down, first move, then give force up. There must first be at least some force in the opposite direction of the strike. When the opponent enters. When striking, execute a shocking force, like an electric shock. Here doing a hooking leading strike. The second hand can press the opponent or oneself. Both are possible. Here is another possibility, adding force with the second hand, then leading down. Here is a returning leading strike. Leading here, then switching hands. In adding force, the second hand can grasp the opponent's arm or one's own arm. If the force of the strike and the arms are separated, this is a carrying strike. One arm grasps, and the second arm may add force. Leading from right to left so the opponent cannot find his center. These are the important points. There is also the switching leading strike, leading the opponent's far arm. The reversing leading strike is also a possibility. Leading striking in this way. These are some of the different possibilities of the leading strike. The important point is to correctly execute the force. Which is mainly short and shocking. The single arm moving strike, left side. The left arm from the right side moves to the left and slightly captures downward. The wrist pulls back with force. The arm rotates and has a dropping force. The right hand is placed by the left elbow. When executing the strike, the left elbow is about a fist width away from the body. The right arm from above the left arm moves to the outside, executing a moving strike. The stationary drilling method. Double arm moving strike, left side. The left arm is on the bottom and the right arm on top of the left arm. When striking to the left arm has a pulling back force, and the right arm adds force. Striking to the right, the left arm adds force. The strike rotates to above the left knee. The strike is not too high nor too low, but about even with the Zhangmen point, alternating from left to right. The stationary drilling method. Reversing moving strike, left side. The left arm, from below the right arm, rotates from right to left, executing a moving strike. Pay attention when beginning the strike. The hand faces down. The hand then rotates until it faces up. The strike goes to above the left foot. The strike is not too big nor too small. When changing, the left arm presses down and rotates. The right arm, from below the left arm, changes to the right side. Pay attention to use the turning of the waist to emit force. The body and the waist sit down. The moving strike focuses on the wrist, sinking and pulling back. It contains the meaning of pulling back. The moving strike contains the single arm, both arms, and the reversing moving strike. Each is a bit different. As the name implies, the single arm strike uses one arm switching back and forth. Both arms striking at the same time is the double arm moving strike. This is an example. Both arms pressing down at the same time, or to the outside, are other examples. In the reversing moving strike, as the name implies, reverses. The arm faces downward, and then move strikes in a big motion so that the arm faces upward. This is used to throw, strike, and tie up the opponent. Most commonly, as the opponent enters, move strike. The opponent strikes with the other arm, also using the moving strike. From here you can push strike or capture strike. Here is the double arm moving strike. First move strike here, then use both hands if you are not strong enough. Also move strike here to the outside, then here. If the opponent enters, move strike here. The moving strike is not limited in the areas it can strike. Therefore, you can even enter and move strike here. Entering and moving striking here. Pay attention that the moving strike should tie up the opponent. Pay attention to use the back of the palm and wrist. Do not use the front of the palm, as this is the capturing strike and not the moving strike. Here you can also move strike. As long as the palm is used like this and pulls back, these are all possibilities. The reversing moving strike. It does not matter. If you move strike the front or back leg. Here I can move strike the front leg. The leg and arm are behind the opponent's leg. In striking in front is also a possibility. There is no set rule on how it is to be applied. Choosing the appropriate technique according to the situation and the angle of the opponent. These are very simple examples. Here's the separating moving strike. Here's the double moving strike. The moving strike often contains a pulling back force, using the body's center. The stationary drilling method. Inside capturing strike, left side. The left arm, coming from the left side, moves with the body to the right side and executes a capturing strike. Pay attention that the arm is held with force. The wrist captures downward, creating a circular curve. After capturing an opponent's arm, if the opponent moves to escape forward, the fingers capture backward. If they move in, the muscles in the forearm capture. The structure of the strike is very important. Therefore, the shoulder is relaxed and the elbow is dropped. To change, the left arm captures downward, and the right arm strikes to the left side. The backhand is placed about a fist's width from the left elbow, striking from left to right. The stationary drilling method. Inside capturing strike. Left side. The left arm moving from the right side and below the left arm captures to the outside. Pay attention that the wrist is curved downward, creating a circular angle. The difference from the inside capturing strike is that the outside of the forearm and the thenar eminence is used to strike. After capture striking to the left arm rotates inward. The right arm from below the left arm captures to the outside. Pay attention to using the abdomen to emit force. The arms are not too high nor too low. The stationary drilling method. The downward capturing strike. Left side. The left arm rises to about head height. The space between the left thumb and index finger expand to create a circular angle. Then captures downward. Strike moves from the left leg to the front of the right leg. The other arm rises at the same time. Both arms interchange. Pay attention that the body is upright. Use the twisting of the legs to emit force. Both legs alternate emitting force. The Gen trigram dragging system capturing strike. Capturing to the inside. In capturing, the arm must have a circular angle. This strike captures the opponent, any part of the opponent, so they cannot enter nor escape. There is the inside capturing strike and the outside capturing strike. The pressing capturing strike. Here you may grab, making it a grasping capturing strike. Just pressing and capturing down is fine. Grabbing is not necessary since this is the capturing strike. Capturing the opponent so they cannot move. The shape of the arms are similar to the moving strike, but the techniques are different. The palm of the moving strike faces upward, but the palm of the capturing strike faces down. As the opponent enters, capture. If that arm comes, return, capturing both arms, then capture again. Here I have captured this arm. The opponent uses the other arm. I still capture strike. These are some examples. Here, directly using the capturing strike. It doesn't matter if the opponent gets an arm up. If he gets an arm up, I capture the arm. Advancing again, still capture striking. One can just use the capturing strike to attack, or combine it with other strikes such as the moving strike. In just using the capturing strike, capture to the outside, then to the inside. Outside capture strike, capture again, then strike. These are all possibilities. Bagua mostly dominates the outside, then capture strike again. The arm may rotate, then capture again. In the dragon system, we often talk about adding a second long force to the strikes. This will help to add a continuing force. Capture, then capture again. If the strike is empty, continue the strike. Continue the force and continue the strike. Just as in pushing, continue to push. Many of the strikes are like this, having a continuous and long force. The moving strike, the capturing strike, they all may be combined and continued into one. In practicing, compare and contrast the different changes of techniques and the different applications. Investigate, ponder, and practice. The stationary drilling method. Upright chopping strike. Left side. The left arm rises. Pay attention to pull back and drop the wrist, striking to the front. Do not be too low nor too high. Strike downwards. Pay attention as opposed to other chopping strikes. The heel of the palm is used to strike downward. When striking, the palm is even, then the wrist drops. At the same time, the other arm rises. Pay attention that the body maintains a concave chest, rounded back, and upright body, using the interchange of the legs and the dropping of the body to emit force. stationary drilling method. Hacking, chopping, strike. Left side. The right arm presses down and the left arm rises. From outside of the left leg, the left arm strikes diagonally to the inside, executing a hacking, chopping strike. The heel of the left palm is used to strike. The wrist is pulled back with force. When striking to the right, the left arm covers to the inside. The right arm rises and then executes a hacking, chopping strike. The left hand is placed below and to the inside of the right elbow. The body is held upright. Pay attention that the arm does not extend too far when striking. The force of the strike should be diagonally downward. The stationary drilling method. Reversing, chopping, strike. Left side. When striking to the left, the waist first rotates to the left. The left arm from below the right arm strikes to the outside, executing the chopping strike. Pay attention to using the heel of the palm to strike. At the same time, the right hand is placed below the left elbow. When changing to the right, the left arm first rotates. The right arm from below the left arm chops to the right. Pay attention that the chest is concave, the back rounded, and the body is upright. The Gen trigram dragon system chopping strike is different than the chopping strikes of other animal systems. The heel of the palm and the hypothenar eminence are used to strike the opponent. There's the upright chopping strike, chopping from high to low. From here it is shaped a bit like the capturing strike. When striking, the wrist drops, creating a pounding force. The hacking chopping strike. This strike is like hacking with a sword. Where you strike the opponent is different with this strike. Also, there is the reverse chopping strike. With the different hand techniques, it is important to pay attention to the different forces. Sometimes the hand technique is the same, but the force is different. This chopping strike is different than the others in that the hand technique is different. The feeling and emission of force feels different as well. The striking surface is quite large. The strike should have an explosive and dispersing outward feeling. For example, chopping here, on the church point, shosanli above the elbow are all good. Chopping again. If the opponent blocks, chopping again and again. Chopping here, then here is also possible. Pay attention, you can also directly chop. If they block, chopping again. Exchanging chopping strikes in this way is also possible. Make sure you are chopping correctly. Chopping, also chopping the back here. The methods of chopping are many, as long as the palm shape is correct. Do not think that the strike has to hit a particular point. As long as the strike's force travels its path and the shape is correct, it will be effective. These are all the common uses of the chopping strike. As long as the force reaches the heel of the palm, it is correct. Also chopping the back. Chop, withdraw, and chop again. There are different techniques. If the opponent blocks, you can still chop in this way, or like this. Entering like this is one variation. Or transforming and entering. These are all possibilities. Chopping according to your ability to apply different techniques, the position of the opponent, and the opponent's ability to change. Here is another possibility. It is not important where you chop strike. Chopping here is fine. Then reverse chop upward. Hitting points on the opponent is more effective, and you will have a better result. From the 3 basic chopping strikes, one can choose from a variety of techniques to apply on an opponent. The stationary drilling method. The blocking entering strike. Left side. When striking to the left, the right arm first rises and blocks. At the same time, the left arm enters. The left hand can be a vertical palm or a fist. There are different methods of entering and striking. Here, I am introducing using the palm. The strike is to the front of the body. It is not too high nor too low, but even. Pay attention when striking to use the interchanging of the legs and the dantian to issue force. When changing, the left arm rises and blocks, and the right arm enters. Pay attention that the eyes look at the front hand. Interchange from right to left. The stationary drilling method. Stealing entering strike. Left side. When striking to the left, the right arm first presses downward. The left strikes out, executing an entering strike. Pay attention to strike in front of the chest, not too high nor too low. Pay attention that there is a slightly circular angle between the upper arm and the forearm. The right hand is placed underneath and to the inside of the left elbow and in front of the chest. Pay attention to the alternating movement of the legs and using the dantian to emit force. The stationary drilling method. Borrowing entering strike. As the name of the strike implies, this strike borrows the opponent's force to enter and strike. When striking to the left, the right arm from below the left arm executes a borrowing strike. The left arm rotates, then enters in, executing the borrowing entering strike. Pay attention when striking that the arm has a natural curve to it. Pay attention to using the thenar eminence, or the pinky side of the palm, to strike the opponent. Pay attention to using strength in the alternating movement of the legs. Use the dantian to emit force. When striking to the right, the left arm from below the right arm rotates and pushes to the outside, and the right arm enters. Alternate from left to right. In the entering strike, we have chosen 3 basic practice methods for entering. The first is the blocking entering strike, blocking and directly entering. In entering, one may use a palm, fist, penetrating palm, upright palm, all are possible. Rising fist, capturing fist, shooting fist. Entering has many levels of meaning. Also, there is the stealing entering strike. The opponent is strong. I'm going to dominate and enter in. There's also the borrowing entering strike. When the opponent is strong, one cannot hold a block. The outside is dominated, or the opponent has the advantage, borrowing the opponent's force using hand techniques, stepping, and body methods in order to change, enter, and strike. In the Gen trigram dragon system, the first 7 strikes are all used so that one may enter strike. Pushing, then using the wrist to strike is an entering strike. Lift striking, then chopping and striking down is also an entering method. A carry strike, then a shooting fist is another example. Leading strike, then strike with the other hand. The hands and feet can all be used to enter. It doesn't matter which strike, they are all used to enter. Move strike, then capture strike. Move strike to the head. Striking the opponent is a form of entering. If the opponent comes, enter strike. Here, entering again. Lead the opponent up, then enter. If the opponent strikes with both arms, I still enter strike. This is a kind of transforming strike. There are many different ways to enter, all according to how the opponent attacks. I can enter here, then change and enter here. From the outside, I can block and enter. Then switching arms and entering again. This is another entering method. No matter how far, push, immediately enter strike. Enter striking like this. Changing and again enter striking. As long as one enters into the opponent and uses any technique to strike, in the Gen trigram dragon system, it is considered the entering strike. The Gen trigram dragon system, lifting and holding palm, interlocking pushing strike, left side. To begin the form, hook step with the right foot. Then the left arm rotates to the outside and executes a straightened pushing strike. The left foot then diagonally advances as the left arm executes an inside pushing strike. The left foot then open steps slightly as you step forward with the right foot, and the right arm executes an inside pushing strike. The palms of both hands are facing inwards and exerting equal force. Turn the body to the inside and diagonally advance the right foot as the right hand executes a turned over pushing strike. Step forward with the left foot as the left hand executes an inward pushing strike. The right foot comes toward the inside, then continues and advances as the right arm, from below the left arm, executes a straight pushing strike. Turn the body and step with the left foot as the right hand executes a chopping strike direction change, returning you to the beginning. the moving with the force pushing strike form. Hook step with the right foot, then half step with the left foot as the left arm executes a straightened pushing strike. Step forward with the right leg as the right arm executes an inside pushing strike. Step forward with the left leg as the left arm executes a straight pushing strike. Step forward with the right leg as the right arm from above the left arm moves to the outside and executes a turned over pushing strike. Rotate around as you step with the left foot and execute a left straight pushing strike. Step with the right leg as the right arm turns over. You then execute a double pushing strike. Turn around as you step with the left leg and execute a moving strike direction change, returning you to the beginning. The turning the back pushing strike. Begin by advancing a half step with the left foot, as the left arm executes a straightened pushing strike. Diagonally advance the left leg, as the left arm executes a fingers down arcing pushing strike. Withdraw the left leg, then diagonally advance the right leg, as you execute a right straight pushing strike. The right arm then covers to the inside, as the left leg diagonally advances, and the left arm executes a straight pushing strike. You then turn around towards the right, turning over the right arm and covering to the inside, then slightly take in the right leg. The right arm then becomes a straight pushing strike, as you advance a half step with the right leg. Step forward with the left foot, then execute a left inside pushing strike. The left arm then covers to the inside, as the right foot circularly advances. The right arm executes a chopping strike, returning you to the beginning. The windmill pushing strike form, left side. Advance the left foot a half step as the left arm executes a straightened pushing strike. Withdraw, then diagonally advance the left step as the left arm executes a turned over pushing strike. Advance the right leg as both arms execute an upright carrying double arm pushing strike. The right hand then moves to the inside and turns over, executing a turned over pushing strike as you diagonally advance the right foot. Then advance the left foot as both arms execute a double arm pushing strike. Both hands move to the inside in a transforming motion as you step forward with the right leg and execute a right hand fingers pointing up, left hand fingers pointing down, double pushing strike. The hands move in an upward separating motion as you advance the left leg and execute a double pushing strike. The hands then move in a downward separating motion, turning over into a double pushing strike. The hands then come up in an enfolding motion as you turn the body and step with the left leg as the two hands execute a moving strike direction change, returning you to the beginning. The lying step pushing strike form, left side. Step with the left foot as the left arm pushes straight forward. The left arm then covers to the inside. At the same time, the right hand from below the left arm moves to the outside and executes a turned over pushing strike as you advance the left leg into a lying step position. Step with the right leg as the right arm executes a straight pushing strike. The right arm then covers to the inside as you back step with the left leg. The left hand from below the right arm executes a turned over carrying motion. The body continues to turn as you assume a forward lying step position, and both hands execute a double pushing strike. Step forward with the right leg as the left arm turns and becomes a turned over pushing strike. Continue pushing to the inside as you advance the left leg, then execute a left straight pushing strike. The left arm then covers to the inside as you step forward with the right leg, and the right arm executes an upward pushing strike, returning you to the beginning. The reversing the body pushing strike form. Left side. The left foot advances a half step as the left arm executes a straightened pushing strike. The left foot diagonally advances as the right arm presses downward. The left arm then executes a diagonal pushing strike. The left foot then withdraws. The right foot advances, and both arms execute an opening pushing strike. The right arm then covers to the inside as you advance the left foot and execute a left arm straight pushing strike. You then turn to the back as you backstep with the right leg. Both arms turn over towards the outside, then execute a double arm straight pushing strike. Step with the left foot as the two hands, left hand fingers down, right hand fingers up, execute a double pushing strike. The left arm then covers to the inside. Reverse turn the body and execute a chopping direction change, returning you to the beginning. The enfolding pushing strike, left side. The left foot advances a half step, as the left hand executes a straightened pushing strike. The left arm then transforms to the inside as the right foot steps forward, and the right arm, from below the left arm, executes an outward turned over pushing strike. Turn the palm over as the right arm is brought back in. The right foot is simultaneously brought in together with the left foot, as the right arm executes a low inside pushing strike. Turn the right arm over as you step with the right leg, then step with the left leg and execute a straight pushing strike with the left arm. The left arm covers to the inside. The arm then turns over and executes a turned over pushing strike to the outside. The right foot then steps together with the left as you execute a two-handed pushing strike to the outside. The right hand then moves to the outside, becoming a turned over pushing strike. At the same time, the left foot steps and the left arm then executes a straight pushing strike. The left arm then covers to the inside. The right foot steps forward, and the right arm, from below the left arm, executes a straightened pushing strike, returning you to the beginning.
The lifting strike interlocking palm done to the left side. The left foot steps forward as the left arm moves smoothly into a stop the opponent position. The left foot then continues diagonally across the circle as the left hand executes a capturing lifting strike. The chest concaves as the right foot advances, the right arm coming from under the left arm to execute a capturing lifting strike. In a smooth motion, the right foot steps diagonally across the circle as the right arm executes a rotating lifting strike. The right arm then moves down in a carrying motion as the left foot steps forward and the left arm executes a rising lifting strike. The left arm folds in front of the body in a capturing motion as the right foot advances and the right hand executes a rising lifting strike. The left foot advances as the left hand presses downward, the right arm ending in the dragon chopping position, returning you to the beginning. The lifting strike moving with the force palm, done to the left side. The left foot steps forward as the left arm moves smoothly into a stop the opponent position. The right foot then advances, the right arm executing a rising lifting strike. The left foot advances, the left arm executing a capturing lifting strike. The right foot steps diagonally across as the right hand comes from underneath the left to execute a rotating lifting strike. The right hand pulls downward in a carrying motion as the left foot steps around and the left hand executes a capturing lifting strike. In a smooth motion, the hands rotate around as the right foot advances and both hands execute a two-handed lifting strike. The hands then cross in front of the body as the left foot advances and the arms execute the dragon moving posture, returning you to the beginning. The lifting strike turning the back palm, done to the left side. The left foot steps forward as the left arm moves smoothly into a stop the opponent position. The left foot steps diagonally across, the left hand executing a capturing lifting strike. Note that the foot is placed in the middle of the circle. The left foot then retreats as the right foot steps diagonally, the right hand executing a rising lifting strike. The left foot advances diagonally, the left hand coming from underneath the right to execute a capturing lifting strike. The body rotates and the right foot opens, the right hand executing an arcing lifting strike. The left foot diagonally advances, the left hand executing a capturing lifting strike. Concaving the chest, the right arm circles in and around as the right foot advances, finishing in the dragon chopping posture, returning you to the beginning. The lifting strike windmill palm done to the left side. The left foot steps forward as the left arm moves smoothly into a stop the opponent position. The left foot then steps diagonally across the circle. The left arm comes from underneath to execute a rotating lifting strike. Continuing the motion, the right foot steps around and the right hand executes a rising lifting strike. The right arm continues the motion in a downward arc before rotating back up into a rising lifting strike as the right foot steps diagonally across. Following the right foot, the left foot steps around as the left arm executes a capturing lifting strike. The left arm presses down in front of the body as the right foot advances, and the right arm comes upward in a rotating lifting strike. Continuing the motion, the right arm pulls out as the left foot advances, and the left hand executes a rising lifting strike. The left hand then turns over and presses downward as the right foot advances, and the right arm executes a rising lifting strike. The body rotates as the left foot advances, the arms moving into the dragon moving posture, returning you to the beginning. The lifting strike lying step palm done to the left side. The left foot steps forward as the left arm moves smoothly into a stop the opponent position. The right hand then comes from underneath the left in a rotating lifting strike as the left foot steps out into a lying step. In a smooth motion, the right foot advances as the right hand executes a capturing lifting strike. The right arm rotates in front of the body as it concaves and turns, the left foot backstepping into a lying step, the left hand coming from underneath the right in a rotating motion. Both hands finish with the mouths of the tiger facing each other in an upward lifting strike. The right foot then advances as the right hand executes an arcing lifting strike. The arm then rolls inward as the body concaves, the left foot stepping around as the left arm executes a capturing lifting strike. Rolling inward again, the right foot advances as the right arm comes from underneath the left to execute a pushing lifting strike to finish in the dragon posture, returning you to the beginning.
The lifting strike reversing the body palm, done to the left side. The left foot steps forward as the left arm moves smoothly into a stop the opponent position. The left foot then steps diagonally across the circle as the right hand pushes downward and the left arm executes a capturing lifting strike. In a smooth motion, the left foot retreats and the right foot advances, the right arm coming from underneath the left in a backhanded lift as the left hand follows with a pushing entering lifting strike. The left arm arcs around into a backhanded lifting strike as the left foot advances. In a rotating motion, the left arm comes across the body as the body rotates and the right leg back steps and the right arm presses downward before executing a capturing lifting strike. The arm then rotates to the middle as the chest concaves, the left foot advancing and the left arm executing a capturing lifting strike. The arm rotating to the middle, the right foot opens as the right arm comes from on top of the left to execute a dragon chopping posture, returning you to the beginning. the lifting strike and folding palm, done to the left side. The left foot steps forward as the left arm moves smoothly into a stop the opponent position. The left arm presses downward as the right foot advances, the right arm executing a rising lifting strike. The arm then continues in a circular motion to the outside as the right foot pulls inward and the right arm finishes with a rising lifting strike. The right arm then moves to the outside